Hello, gamers. Welcome in. Today is officially the 1-year anniversary of streaming. We did our first stream last on January 3rd last year, so yeah, it's been 1 year. It's epic. I'm glad that I said in the first stream, welcome to the official first Big Boy Game stream, because otherwise I wouldn't have known if that was the first one or not. There would have been a little bit of doubt in my head, but we're good. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Sup to Blotto, Oshik, Ace Man, Ryan, how you guys doing? Yeah, I didn't really think of anything cool planned. So I don't know, maybe we'll work on some channel stuff or something. We'll see. But it's probably just been working mainly on Starground today. But yeah. Astro, what's up? How's it going? Sorry, I updated Discord. You guys can probably hear that. Okay. So yeah, I've been working on 10.2. We're really close. There's just a couple things we have to do. And it's not really that hard. So at least hopefully. Yeah, I think we can hopefully get it done today. We gotta figure out the resource stuff. So that's what we're gonna do. But yeah. Let's close that. Okay. We're gonna move over to the screen. So, yeah, let's figure out the resource stuff. So basically what I want for the resources is, so first off, I want them to save their type. Like, not necessarily save, but always be a consistent resource type whenever you load the game up. Which means like, okay, I want this one to be iron and this one to be rock, and you know, you get the idea. This one's a tree, and they'll always kind of stay the same. And it's just gonna make it way better for designing factories, I think. Yeah, because I'm not gonna have them randomize anymore since they don't change position. So it's like, it kind of opens up players to place collectors strategically to only farm one kind of resource if they really wanted to. So, yeah. Okay, thank you for asking. How are you? I'm doing good. Yeah. Just, tired. Very tired. I stayed up pretty late last night working on Starground, but, you know, doing all right. This is 32. Oh, no. It's almost 16. Hey, Ahmed, happy channel birthday. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Whole 1 year. It's crazy. So yeah, we've definitely been working on Starground now for over a year then. Because I started a little bit before, in December, really. So, yeah. Okay, so let's dive into the code. Caffeine doesn't really do much for me. It doesn't really matter how much caffeine I consume. I don't get more energized. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm like a weirdo. Let's see. Where do I do this at? It's gonna be in generate resources. Hey, Keylemon, what's up? Where is it? Okay, here it is. Resources. But yeah, coffee doesn't do anything for me. I don't know. That's why I just get decaf, because it's like, well, might as well just not even have the caffeine then if it doesn't matter. Okay, so this is our resource spawning stuff. Basically what we're gonna do here, instead of picking a random resource and create resource node, because we do it down here, we say like, oh, we actually get it weighted. I guess I could pass in a specific thing for the randomization. So I'll just say rand will be a random number generator. And by default, it'll just be rand dot or dot new. That should work. Oh, that one's an issue. Rand gen. Call it that. Good. How are you doing today? Pretty good. Yeah. Congratulations on 1 year. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. 1 whole year already. You'll see my uvula. Yeah. Okay, so let's go see where I did that before. Okay, so I just do it right there. So I create that here. I need to pass that along into here, into the create resource node. So I'm just going to pass rand in create resource node. And by default, that'll just be rand dot. Oops. Okay. So basically now what we're going to do is just all of this randomization stuff, we're going to only use that specific one. So like this stuff where we get the random coordinates and stuff. Like that one we're good. That one we're good. We're using rand for that stuff. So we're actually okay there. But we need to do it in here and get weighted loot. So I'm going to pass in rand now. Since we can now specify to use a specific thing for that. This music is loud. At least for me. So in here, when we get rand here, I'm going to say rand gen dot. So if we do it, if we don't pass anything in, it'll just be a new one and it'll have a random seed, you know? So that's fine. But if we do pass one in, then it'll use the one that we've already used. And it should be consistent every single time we load in the same seed. So we're gonna test that out. It should be fine, but yeah. Okay. So yeah, all the resources should be the same resource, but I don't know. We're gonna see what happens. So let's load. Let's do a new save. Just like so. Okay, so let's remember this configuration, gamers. We got tree, iron, rock, iron, copper. Garb. That's what I'm calling this save. So tree, iron, copper, rock, iron. And then I'm gonna load garb. Tree, iron, copper, rock, iron. Tree, copper. Tree, iron, copper. Yeah, we're good. So this is what I mean by keeping them consistent. So now the resources that spawn will stay the same whenever you load this seed. So let's just also do a check of loading the seed instead of a save. So yeah, if we quit out, it should be the same seed. So let's go do that. And it should be the same. And if it is, then that means our stuff is working. Yes, it is. Cool. All right, so your resources will always be the same. So it means that you can kind of like build your factory around that fact, right? So it's like, okay, there's a bunch of iron right here. I could just put one collector down here just in the range of the iron, and now I just get iron. You know, or if you don't like that, you can just put them around wherever. Put one here, or if you just want coal or something, you want to like specialize your collector, you can do that now. So, yeah, I think that'll be good. Let me check some stuff. Okay, yeah, there's a whole other chunk of the island. I was like, this is a small map. So yeah, I think this will work pretty well. It should help. I figured, like, it's going to be better for performance this way. I do like how the resources do, like, spawn in, like, nodes like this, you know, because it's kind of a quirky, fun method. But I guess keeping things stable and consistent over saves will kind of give people the opportunity to design things more specifically, so. You won your stream anniversary, 1,000 emojis. Let's go. Alrighty. So the next thing after this is just how are we going to convert the like oil tiles or land tiles into each other, vice versa, right? Because what we need to do is like if we place a land tile over an oil resource, we want it to spawn back in as you know, as just a regular tile. So I did add a research for terrain manipulation down here. The problem is that it's a really late game research. I guess we can just load in this save. I think I have it researched on here. But if not, I can redo it. Do I? Yes, I do. So now basically whenever you've completed the research, then you can press H to swap your tool out. So I just didn't want this stuff to be immediately accessible, I think, because it's obviously something that should be unlocked. So, okay. So yeah, we just need to grab like a node like this, and then we'll place a tile over it. Like that. And hope that it comes back as a regular old tile. Not tile, regular old resource node. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it works. And then we need to do the exact opposite. So like if we break this, and then we dig underneath it like that, it no, excuse me, it should come back in as a thing. Out of a random blue of iron. I think I was testing out, I was fixing an issue. That's what that's all about. And there was a bug where like the movers would instantly transport items, so I was just fixing that. I got too many items. Let's get rid of those. Skateboard looking good, yeah. It's working pretty well. I actually just did some stuff to the vehicle class just to make it more performant, so it should be looking pretty good. Eventually we'll add in more vehicles. I'm not sure what that would be yet, but it would be fun too, though. You know. I don't know. It would be sick if it was like a jetpack or something, so you could just fly over buildings. Kind of like in Factorio with the mech armor. Could be kind of fun. I don't know. But yeah. I guess the only issue with something like that would be in dungeons and stuff, because we don't want people to fly over the dungeons. So, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. It might be a very endgame thing. Okay. Let's see here. So when we first spawn in these resources, essentially what we need to do is pass in like the resource type. Let's see, choose weighted loot. Get out of here. So this is if the region is Tyria. So if tile... So otherwise if tile not... Yeah, so that's saying otherwise do it as an oil resource. So I'm actually always going to get this then. So I'm just gonna say... kind of copy the same thing here. So this is going to be var land path. Let's just call it land resource path. And then we're going to do this stuff. But we do not instantiate it. So here's the idea. We're always going to get... We're gonna generate what tile it should be normally when it's on land. So we're gonna say this one's a tree. And then it'll basically check, am I on water? If I am, go ahead and turn into oil. You know? But if a land tile has then been placed on top of me, I'm gonna delete myself and create my saved resource. So it should hopefully work. So we're not going to do that business. Probably. So now I'm just going to say, let's go ahead and do this. Oh, we're just literally instantiating it. So it's just going to be land resource path. Actually, that's loading in a node. So, I mean, I guess that's fine. Is that what I want? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. It'll be fine. I just wonder if it's going to be, like, bad for memory usage if we have a bunch of these loaded. But the way with, like, loading in Godot, I think it only loads the resource once into memory, so I think it won't be a big deal. Okay, so what this will do, it'll get the resource with our rand thing. It'll say, if we're on land, go ahead and just make the land resource. Otherwise, if we are on... oil town, we're gonna make the oil one. And I'm also gonna go ahead and set this object, so I'm gonna say object dot land resource is land resource. So that'll just be a variable inside of our oil resource that'll like remember what the other type is. So hopefully that should work. So if object okay. So that'll just not even spawn it if it's artificial. Yeah, that doesn't matter anymore because it won't generate. They'll spawn in before, so yeah, I'll wait on that. Okay, so if tile, let's just making sure that it's actually on land. Yeah, we should be good there. And also, this one does like a physics check so that it doesn't place resources on the shores. But I don't know if that's necessarily what I want now. So I may get rid of that. The reason for that is if... So let's say you have... I mean, let's just do it in game. It's totally valid for a resource to spawn on the edge of the shore. it'll just do another check when it tries to regenerate, and it'll just be like, oh, I'm colliding with something, so stop. So I'm probably gonna change that behavior so that it's better. Yeah. Because we don't need it to do that anymore. Might make resource generation a little bit faster anyways. So we'll just do that. Okay. So hopefully this will work. We need to go into our oil resource. So let's go into oil deposit, and then I'm just gonna save another variable. This is var resource, or land resource. Okay. And then basically what we're doing just in the regenerate function, we're saying if we're on land now this time that we tried to regenerate, then we're just gonna, you know, do the stuff. So that's updating hits if server mine. So that's if it was successful. Thing is that we need to check it and start regenerate, so we'll be doing that. Hey, what does your modding support include? Yeah, I mean, you can practically do everything. I have it set up so that you can replace. Basically, you can choose to replace assets really easily. You just have to name it the same as the file. You can also add new assets. Technically, you can delete assets. I don't know, that gets tricky because, you know, you get, like, null references and stuff, so maybe don't do that. But, yeah, it's, I mean, the thing is how we have modding set up is it's all in the Godot engine, so it means you can practically mod anything that I can create in the game. Like, so you could do whatever you want, really. So the modding's pretty flexible in that sense. And I'm working more every day on the mod API. This is essentially just a big class of like helper functions and stuff for integrating modded content into the game. So for example, these are just like helper functions down here. Get weighted loot, but then we have stuff like this. This is add loot entry and add a cache entry. So with this stuff, and this is also replace old path. So it lets you take an old path and assign that path to a new path, or like the file path. So that's definitely a nice one. You know, add UI spawner entry, effect entry, so you can create custom effects, new items, new buildings, new research, you know, a bunch of stuff. So I'm always trying to add new things to this class. You know, if anybody ever comes up with more things that you want to see changed, just let me know. But yeah, hopefully it should be pretty comprehensive. So it's raining. All right, so we have this function, the start regenerate function. This is just saying, go ahead and check if I can regenerate. So I have to change some things here. So this is saying if it's floor, which is fine. So we're gonna say, oh. So that's getting the tile map data. So all this is doing is checking, this is doing the physics check. So we definitely want to keep that the same. But now we want to add another check onto this. So if not result and not floor. Now I'm also going to check, like, but is there a tile at our position? Right, so let's do that. So I'm actually just going to do this. So essentially I'm going to get this tile data, and that's going to get the... Okay, so that's actually getting the atlas chords. Tile atlas. And I'm going to do the same kind of thing, but this is going to be the actual tile data. So var tile data is that tile map.get cell tile data. So yeah, that stuff's all good. So what we're going to check here, this is going to be the check where we swap between oil and regular. So if tile data, then it means we're on solid land. Otherwise, it means we're in the water. So we'll only do this code if we don't need to change our resource type. So essentially what we're going to do is, if all of a sudden we're not on tile data, right? If... Let's see. I'm going to add another variable, and this is just going to be water resource is false by default. And then on the oil deposit, I'm going to set it to true. Here, I need to export this. Boom. So the oil deposit is the water resource. So all I'm going to check now is just say... Alright, so if it's solid now, we're a water resource. So if water resource, that means we need to swap it. Otherwise, go ahead and do the normal stuff. So we're going to say... we should have our land resource thing. I'm going to go ahead and actually just move the land resource up to here, I think. I don't need to export that now. So back to our oil deposit, I'm going to get rid of land resource. Save it. Close the game because it's going to keep screaming at me. We're all good there. So basically, if we have land resource, then that means that we are oil or some kind of water resource. So if that's the case, I'm going to say land resource dot instantiate. New node is that. New node dot global position is equal to global position. Also, I better check if this is the server. Pretty sure start regenerate only happens on the server, but yeah. But it's fine. So if it's a server, new node, position, and then we're just gonna say get parent add child, new node, true. So hopefully it should work. We'll see. And now we're just gonna do the exact opposite. So if it's now water and we're not land resource, We're going to say almost the same exact thing. So we're just going to say if it's server. Instead of doing that, we're going to load res scenes oil deposit. And then add it as a child. But we're also going to say new node dot land resource is equal to... Is it like get path or something? No, what is it? It's get current. Here, it's in our save component. Get it in here. Scene file path. So scene file path. That's just going to be a string though, so I have to say load that. And that should work. Hopefully. We also have to say after this, we have to queue our free. Otherwise, it'll not work. So yeah, we're saying if we're in the server and then start the timer. Because the timer, we do timeout.connect, start regenerate, so we should be good to go. All right. I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to try it. We've been playing the Better Than Creepers mod pack. It's like Better Than Wolves if it was uninspiring, necessarily difficult, and worthless. Yeah. So, Better Than Creepers sucks. Is what I got from that. I'm also going to make sure these resources spawn in the same, but... Okay, so far so good. Things are looking normal. Let's go ahead and just load it in again. We should have this little cluster thing of trees. I just want to make sure that's fine and dandy. We're getting issues. Yes, we're good. Alright, let's go try it out. So let's go to... here. And I'm going to place down a land tile that should convert an oil node into a regular resource node. Now, the thing is that it'll still be oil underneath, so I have to have some kind of check on this to see, is there any oil underneath us, and then replace it if there is. Right? Because, like, it's still just going to sit there as oil. It should work on these ones, though, so let's go ahead and break this copper. And then do that. Right. So let's wait and see. Should come back as oil. Eventually. Oh, it came back as oil. Freaking sick, guys. So yeah, it works. And then what was that? It was copper, right? So I can't test that yet though. Let's go ahead and do that code. Man, you have to install it from Google Drive. Yeah, it's scuffed. Okay, I'm just gonna make the, let's see, land tile. So this does some stuff. It gets the tile map stuff. I guess really I should do that in set modified tile. I wonder how I'm gonna actually check though for cases like that. Because I need to, like, what is this? Will this return a list of the collider objects? It would. So I guess we can also just do that. So we'll just say if not result. So this is like saying we're definitely going to do it. So on the server, I'm going to go ahead and just say do this stuff again, but we're only going to search for oil. Oh, that's in the scope. Okay, I have to figure that out. Better than creepers. If a zombie hits you, you get infected. An effect lasts 5 minutes, and at the end of the timer adds a tier to the effect. And after the 5th tier, you just die. Oh man. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Sounds pretty lame. Why is that just empty? Oh, because that's the physics. Okay, so let's go to the oil. So oil deposits are on a specific layer, layer 20, which has that value apparently. 524288. Okay. So what this is going to do is just say check around this tile at that position. And yeah, it should work. And then this is going to be result 2. So I'm going to say if result 2, and then if result 2 dot collider, I think is what we want. But let me make sure. So yeah, the collider is the colliding object. So if result collider and result 2 dot collider is, well, it'll be an oil deposit. So we're basically just gonna say on that, hey, thank you for the cheese time. Merry Cheese Day. Thank you, Egon. I appreciate it. Yeah, welcome in. How have you been doing? Yo, we got the triple cheese time. It's crazy. So I wish the Twitch alerts would like happen faster, because when like people queue up a bunch of them, it just keeps, yeah, it adds up. So it should go for quite a while. Oh, it's getting pretty crowded in here, guys. So be warned, we have an ad coming up. I can snooze it one more time, but that's it. Oh God. Oh no. You guys are gonna do it. You're gonna crash it. Oh God, we're getting dangerously close.
The cheese, oh God, the cheese.
Oh God, not the cheese. I really need to change it into a GPU particle system. I guess the rotation, like, it's nice and all, but it doesn't matter. It's better to have better performance, I think. So. So I need to call .start generate. Let's write a shader for it. I'm not good enough at shaders to know how. I'm sorry. Oh my God, and water. Alright. The water has been drank. Oh my God. Oh, you know what? I have to actually await. How to say await. Get a tree dot physics frame, I think, for this. I know you guys can't even see what I'm doing now. So. That should work, I think. Doesn't seem to be working. I'm not sure what's going on here. If I place it, it just doesn't work. Maybe I need to place more of them. Maybe I do like a little circle. My god. Thank you for the resub, Ace Man 800. What a quirky guy. I think when it gets to this spot with cheese time, I think like it starts to modify time. I think time is slowing down. So we may have to fix this up. I think it's time to take a look at some particle stuff really quick. Also, the ads are over. Welcome back. It's been a 7 screensaver level cheese. It has. It's pretty crazy. Well, when should I clear it out, guys? Should I keep it going? I can print out what the time is at. There's definitely something that happens. It's like time is going way too slowly. Yeah, I'm just looking at it right now in Godot. It's not going fast enough. I don't know why it behaves so strangely. But yeah, it may be time. Yeah, I think it's time to... Well, okay, we got 12, 11, 10 seconds. So let's just wait it out. But yeah, making this change to the particle should prevent it from being stupid, so... Okay, gave it a brand new particle emitter node. I'm gonna have to change the draw passes. Oh, it's going away, it's going away. Oh. We're free, we're free. Oh my god. Hey, what's up, Goob? Happy 1 year streaming anniversary. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a whole entire year. It's crazy. But yeah. It's epic. Yeah, I am currently turning the cheese into a 3D particle so that it doesn't lag the overlay to Kingdom Come. So let's do that. I can't really get it rotating exactly how I want, but it's whatever. So pass 1, we're gonna change into let's go see if we can load our cheese. Yeah, we can. So that has a surface. What's the skin? I don't know what a skin is. I think we have our cheese materials in here. Yeah, we have blue cheese. We'll just do that for now. So you see, this is spawning at 1,000 particles every tick. So this is way faster. So in here, let's go to process materials, spawn. Let's actually move this one back to 0, 0. Let's move it up, because it's got to be out of the view of the camera. Can you guys see it updating real time? No, we'd have to restart. That's fine. We'll wait on that. So the emission shape, I'm just going to do a big box. And we're just going to make it big. Like that. And what do we have to do here? I think it's for particle flags. We want to say rotate Y. So that's fine if they don't rotate the other direction. Honestly, I think it's okay. It's like a waterfall of cheese. So let's restart the overlay. I just need to see like where the extents of the view is. I'm just gonna move it around until we find those extents. So it's not there. Oh, I have to let go of it. Up a little more, up a little more, a little more. Say like up to 24. That seems pretty good. So now for the box extents, let's try like a small one. That's only 10. I don't think you can you preview the camera in here? How do I preview the camera in the editor? I thought there was a way, yeah, but I don't remember how. Okay, a little bit longer, like that. Epic. So that's what we need. Let's decrease the time. Okay, too short, too short. I think 3 seconds was pretty good. So guys, now we can do as many particles as we want. We could do... This is 10,000 particles. This is 100,000 particles. Now that starts to get a little slow, but I think it's not that bad. Given that the entire screen is cheese. That could be like a sick transition, you know? Select the camera node. And under perspective. Current. Oh, you can do preview? Okay, well that's useful, but I'd have to lock the resolution. I think you can do that, right? Can't you like set... make it so it gets locked to 1080p or whatever? I don't know how to do that though. So I have to select the camera and then preview it. Okay. Left? Or are you talking about that? Yeah. I don't know, I know there's a way to like force an aspect ratio, but I don't remember how to do it. Oh well. Maybe one day we'll figure it out. Okay, but we got our new cheese. So the only thing though is that there's a couple of things we need to do. So we need to add in, I think we can just do multiple draw passes. I don't know how the draw passes work, if it'll just randomly pick one of them to be drawn, you know? I'm not really sure how that works. But I'm just gonna drop some cheese down and we're gonna load in the other ones. So we have cheddar. Oh yeah, I have to load in the mesh first. And then I can put the texture in. So this one's gonna be cheddar. So does that, it does override that. Okay, so we have to figure out how to have that not happen. So how could I do that? I mean, I could have 3 different models. I don't like that, but... Can I just say, like, local to scene? And then redo it? Or I guess I can just say make unique. Right? Because now if I load in blue cheese... Yeah, I'll just say make unique on these then. Or wait, it shows different... Okay, no, it got rid of. So make unique. So this should be a different one now. Let's add on our surface. So I have all 3 of them. I don't know how to actually use the passes, like how that works. If anyone here knows how, let me know. I haven't really done this before, so. Then the only other one is Swiss. So it looks like it's just using the last thing. Isn't array mesh a thing? Yeah, there is array mesh. That's constructing a surface from arrays. I don't know if that's what we want. Because we have the geometry. It's fine. Like, I duplicated them, so these are their own things here. But it's like, how do we use the different passes, right? I wonder if that's in the process material and, like, display or something. Where we have to, like... collision... accelerations. Also, I will enable collision. Mode will just be rigid. Particle flags. Yeah, it doesn't save when it's like a resource like that, so that would be why. Draw order, transform a line, I don't need any of that stuff. What are draw passes? Let me see what this is. The number of meshes drawn for the first pass, then the second pass, then the third pass. So maybe that's not what I think it is. I could just have 3 particle emitters that are random cheeses, like each their own cheese, and that would be fine too. Maybe I will do that. Yeah, let's just do that. I'm gonna add a node 3D. I mean, unless I'll do a quick search online. Randomize particle textures. What is this? The layer ID? Array textures or layer 2D textures? It just seems kind of like a lot of work, though, if I could just, you know, make multiple nodes. I mean, let's take a look at that. Maybe that's a thing we can do. So it would be like an array texture. But see, we'd have to do it for all this stuff. We can't really do that with a material, and that's kind of the issue. So I don't think it really works. Yeah, it's fine. Let's just do multiple. It's not a big deal. We'll just call this one blue. Cheddar. Swiss. So blue, we're just gonna set the stuff back to 1. Cheddar. You can see it's getting there. Set it back to 1 for cheddar, and then Swiss. Set it back to 1. Boom. Check it. I know it doesn't show up on the stream, but yeah. So one thing I noticed is that if we change amount midway through, it will reset the particle system, which is not what we want. So I think what we need to do is set it to like the maximum amount of cheese that can spawn. So like I'm just gonna set it to 1,000 on each of these, because that's literally a wall of cheese. It can't really get any more insane than that, so that's probably fine. Right? I think that'll be good enough. This will be the absolute maximum, so I do want the wall. I think this will be fine. Because what we can do is modify this amount ratio thing, so we can start like really low values. It should work. So in cheese controller, I'm gonna go ahead and stop instantiating more cheeses then. So yeah, we don't need this physics process stuff anymore. That's good. So process. Basically, I'm just gonna check if cheese is active and stuff. We have our animation player with our cheese, I think. That's for hydrate. I guess we don't have one for this. That's fine. So I am going to actually just make these a child of the cheese controller. And in the cheese controller, I am going to have a bar visible ratio value, which will be 0 by default. So what we're going to say is in start. Right, so if we've just started the cheese, we're going to start all the emitters. So blue dot emitting is true. Same with cheddar, and then same with Swiss. So it'll set all of them to emitting. Then we're also going to do the inverse, so when cheese time is over. So right here, let's get rid of count. I don't need that anymore. I also don't need cheese frame anymore. I'm just going to say visible ratio times 2. Or honestly, just say visible ratio plus equals 0.1 or something. You'll see how that works. Maybe we will do times 2. We'll start visible ratio off very tiny. And then when cheese time is over, so this is saying if the tween doesn't exist, the tween callback right here. So I think this is what we want. Because it says finish.emit. What is on finished? It's just a signal. Doesn't really do anything. So, let's see. How do I want to do this? So that's creating the tween to make it go to 0 volume. We'll just go ahead and do it here. So I'm just going to set all these to emitting is now false. Oops. So all the cheese will stop emitting. We're going to reset our stuff here, our visible ratio. And honestly, in here, I'm just going to say for I and get children. If I is particle, GPU particles 3D, I'm going to say I dot visible ratio, whatever it's called. Amount ratio is what it's called. Is equal to visible ratio. And here I'm going to set visible ratio back to a very small number, like 0.01 or something. We'll see why it's so small. We'll fine-tune that until it's a value that we think is good. Alright, I think we're almost ready to go here. So it's going to start the cheese. Emitting is true there. And then every time it'll multiply visible ratio, and here that'll say... set the new amount ratio to the visible ratio. Okay. I'm going to test this out, so let me load it up. Okay. So that's how it starts. It's not bad. And then if I queue up multiple, you can see how that changes. So yeah, every time it multiplies it by 2. And you can see we can end up with a lot of cheese. And look, it's not lagging anymore. So that's kind of sick. means our time calculations will be correct. So yeah. No, you guys can't see. Think of the water. Yeah, let's stop that. I'm also gonna set all these to. I guess I'll hydrate again. Oh god, I almost deleted the particle thing. Okay, so I'm gonna increase the width of these also a tiny bit. I'm gonna say in spawn, I want the box extents for the Z to be larger. So I'm thinking like 10. Just so it's less of like a plane and more of like a rain. Right? And it should also now collide with my webcam there. So yeah. That is a dense patch of cheese. Okay. So we'll give that a try. And these should start out not emitting. So I'm going to set those to false. Okay. Delete all that stupid stuff that we don't want anymore. Alright, let's try this again. Should work, hopefully. So that's how it starts. I feel like that's fine. It's an adequate quantity of cheese, I would probably say. I'm also going to print out every time like what the visible ratio is. Just so I can see how much cheese is spawning. So yeah, then it goes 0.01, 0.02, 4, 8, 16. So it really does start to increase, you can see that. 32, 64, and then maximum. So that's maximum cheesage. I feel like that's absolutely fine. And the confetti is hidden by all the cheese. So is the hydrate. It's kind of in with the cheese, you know, which is what's kind of funny. Alright. I'm also going to say visible ratio is clamp F. Visible ratio 0 to 1. Jeez, forever when? Right now. No. Let's restart this. I'm just going to make sure that this works and clamps it. I don't want it to be a value larger than 1. I don't think it matters, but I don't want any issues happening. Yeah, that works. It's funny, I can just like spam hydrate. Okay. This is a chaotic stream. All right, I think we're good to go. There are some minor consequences of changing it to particles. It means that like the cheese oh yeah, was it colliding with my head also? I didn't really look at that. It should. Let's make sure it does that. Those cheeses should be colliding, I believe. So I'm not sure why they aren't. Let's see if we can figure that out. So in process material, I have collision set to rigid. It doesn't seem to be working. I have a GPU particles collision sphere. It's on layer 1. And these are also on layer 1. So I'm not sure why it doesn't work. Display. I'm not sure. Geometry. Time, collision. This is base size. Maybe it's because the base size is too small. Let's see. How big are our particles? I mean, should I up that to like 1 meter or something? Maybe that's our issue. Let's try this again. Just checking for any that are bumping and colliding. I don't see any that are doing that. Let's run it up again. Get some more spawning in. Yeah, it's not colliding, so I'm not really sure why. It's supposed to. So I think the particles are just a little bit too low. I'm gonna move them up. They're all at 24, I think 26. So set those back to 0. Cheese controller should not have any of that business. Yeah, I don't know. So those should not have rotation either. They do. Not sure why it doesn't collide. Oh, it's that thing again, I think. It's I have to increase the... We had this issue before. Like the size of it. I don't remember where it is. Maybe it's in process material. I can never remember. It's like the range in which it searches for stuff or whatever. It's not collisions. I think it's in drawing. So what I can do is just increase the height for these. Okay, I can't apparently set it like that. So I'm just going to set this something to really big. Same with the depth. Set it to like 16. Nah, more than that, 32. Then the width should be massive also. Like 128. And then I'm just going to center it, so that'll be there. Minus 32 for that. Actually, we'll go minus 16, so it's a little lower. Or really, then that would be minus 48. Then Z will be minus 16. I'll move cheese controller forward just a little bit. Okay, so that should be a better range for the cheese time stuff. I am going to copy those over now. So I'm pretty sure I can just do it like this. You can just paste value, yeah. So that's in drawing, paste value. All right, let's see how that looks now. They should collide normally. Okay. Come on, please. Get some more spawned in. Oh. Saw them collide a little bit. Yeah, they do. They occasionally collide with my head. Yeah, it's working. So I see the need to also increase their time then, because if they collide, then they just kind of oddly disappear. So I'm going to increase their time to 10 seconds. And yeah, that should be good. Oh, so our actual particle collision thing is super tiny. That's probably why it's not working very well. So let's increase the size of it. I want to do like a 3 radius or something, you know. Let's try that. Hey, Spawn Block Boy, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, it's going good. I'm just working a little bit on stream overlay stuff with the cheese and making it so it doesn't lag or everything out. But I think it's going good now. Let's run it up a couple times. Yeah, I'm just getting the collision stuff with the cheese working, and it's looking good. Obviously, the cheese doesn't, like, rotate anymore because it's a particle, but I think it's fine. Yeah, you can see it rain down. It collides with my head. Looks a little odd with the collision. Maybe, I almost feel like I should move my collision sphere back. But I don't know. Kind of makes the cheese look really big. I think that looks fine. It is weird, isn't it? Okay, let's see what we can do here. So let's stop that. And let me go to camera. So we're going to preview it. We're going to do some fancy stuff here. I'm just going to go ahead and set like one of these to emitting. Okay, let's set that value to be a little bit larger. So that's like sort of where they bounce. Like that one kind of bounced weird. I just think it needs to go back just a little bit. Because that's like where my head is. But yeah, it definitely feels too like close, I would say. So let's just move that stuff back. Oh, not all of it's. Here we go. Let's try that. Going good. Working on my gotcha costumes for my game. Nice. It's epic. Also, I think our cheese, our physics shape is not big enough. Oh, yeah, it's only at 0.01. So make sure that looks good. Okay. Okay. So let's open the overlay. I need to see where this is relative to my position. It'll just paste a square on screen, yeah. So we need to move it a little bit until it's like where I am. I also think we need to increase the size. So let's set that to like 4. Set the collision shape to be bigger. To like at least 1. And then it needs to go more like right there. But increase the size even more. So let's say like 6. That'll probably be plenty. Same with the collision shape. Let's up that to like, no, not that big, 1.5. Okay, see how that looks. I'm gonna run cheese time and just see if the collision looks good. Just played a bunch. Yeah, I think that collision just looks a little bit better. And then we can go ahead and move our water effect, water particles, just a bit so that it's over our new position. Just like that. So let me make sure that looks good. Looks pretty normal. Yeah, I like how that looks better in its new position, I think. It didn't play the particles. Although, now that it's further back, I can see the top of it, which is kind of an issue. So let's change that. Hold on, this cheese is atrocious. Okay. Let's make this not emit. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Sorry for the delay from Starground stuff, but Starground stuff is kind of boring if we're being real. Okay, hydrate. Yeah, that is not in a very good position. So let's move that. I think this needs to go down just a tad. So where's our hydrate particles? Water particles. Let's, I'm just gonna set those to emitting. Right there is pretty good, actually. And then I'm gonna set their lifespan way longer so that they don't die. Okay. Visibility. Let's change that. And drawing. So we need to increase the height quite a bit. Also, I'm going to increase the width and stuff just a little bit. Height will be 48. Why not? Let's just set that to -32. And it's not quite lined up. Let's make it lined up. Alright. Oh, it's because the box wasn't lined up. Okay. Let me readjust that. This is not an exact science, so it doesn't matter if it's perfect or not. I feel like that's fine. It needs to be more explosive. Maybe 0.75. No, it doesn't emit. Oh, there we go. We may need more particles now. Up the explosiveness just a little more. I also think... Oh, it's weird how the particles stay there. What? That was weird. Do they not have gravity? They definitely should have gravity. Come on. Play the particles. Ah, Godot. Okay, let's change this spawn shape just to be a little bit bigger. So instead of 1, we'll say 1.5. And let's see what this looks like now. Hopefully it should all be set. So hydrate. Now the timing is wrong again. Why does the particles kind of just stick to the surface and then like slowly move down? What is what is that about? Let's figure that out. Is it because they have like friction or something? Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, it's slimy. Yeah, they should not have any friction, so let's turn off the friction, and maybe that's what our issue is. Yeah, there we go. It's just that they were, like, frictioning to the surface. It's kind of funny. Let's also lower the bounce. Let's see how this looks. Okay, it didn't. Come on, hydrate. There we go. No, we just can't do any friction. Otherwise, it's just gonna stick. It'd be funny if I set the friction really high. It would just all stick to my head. I gotta wait for the... Hold on. Come on, particles. Don't be like this. God dang it, Godot. Yeah, sometimes this happens with the particles where, like... It just won't activate. I need to set it to reset it when this happens, because it's really annoying. So let me go to that. I can just do, I think it's just a method track. It's going to be for our water particles, and it's just going to be like restart. So that should fix it. They just get stuck on my head. I really would love if I could like track the thing to my head, the physics shape. I don't know how to do that though. Unless I had like a thing on my head to track it, but I don't think that would work very well. So it's fine. Maybe one day we'll figure out like face tracking in Godot. Yeah, water hat. Let's get rid of the friction then. 0 friction. I feel like the physics shape, this, needs to be like a triangle. Can I do that? Like, what do they have? Sine distance field, height field. See, I don't know how those things work. I don't think that's what I want. Yeah, I guess you can't really do very fancy shapes. It's really either box or sphere. Actually, we could do a box. Hear me out. But rotate it to be a pyramid. So let's increase the size. This may be a quirky idea. And then we'll rotate it. So 45 and 45. And 45. So we got this like point now at the top. Let's see what that looks like. Set that radius to 0 for a second. I feel like that's like wrong, but oh yeah, it is. There we go. I don't know, this might be better. It's stupid, but oh, that's Starground. Hold on. Let's try it. I don't think it'll update live. Oh, it does. See, now it like just kind of floats off my head. It's kind of funny. It's stupid, but it kind of works. Maybe now we could add in some more bounce. Still very, I guess more bounce. Kind of. It's too, like, uniform. Maybe I need to increase the scale a lot. It's, like, very weirdly uniform. Maybe we do a little tiny cube. Just at the top of my head. And then the rest of it is a circle. This is what the human body looks like. Totally. Okay. Well, let's see what this looks like. It's not terrible. It definitely has a big splash. Maybe now I can lower down the bounce. Because that's at 0.5. Let's set it to like 0.1 now. I feel like it's a little better. Radius is 4. Set the radius to like 3. That's about how I want it, I think. It's like if I'm like this. Yeah. Alright. It's really dumb to have a rotated square like that, but it's kind of works. I need to make sure this is in the center of the frame. It's a little bit to the left, I think. I'm gonna move this stuff ever so slightly to the right. Just like that, and then same with our water. Just like one little notch to the right. Let's see what that looks like now. Yeah. It's a little bit better. Alright, I guess we're done here then with that. Now, of course, the water sound is way off sync, so let's fix that. Okay, that was a little bit too late. Let's try like 1.5. That's pretty good. Okay. All right, anything else that we want to add to the overlay while we're here? Might as well, right? I mean, things are looking good. This looks like an atom or something. That's crazy. I don't like that it's not aligned. I'm like, okay, there we go. Let me just make sure it looks all good one last time. Yeah, that's right above my head. Okay. Ah, I love rain. That's why I make it rain so much in Starground, because I love rain. I'm gonna fill this in. It should be generating the resource. It doesn't, though, which is weird. Because like when I fill these in, it should pop up with the new resource, but it's not. Eventually it does, but thank you. I don't think it does though. Unless it does. I don't know anymore. It doesn't seem like it's popping up with the new resources, so I presume that it failed. It could be that we just need to wait more time. Like here. Maybe we need to wait a couple physics frames, because I think it takes a really long time for the tile maps to update. So, I mean, let's try that. Doesn't seem to work, so I'm not really sure what the issue is then. What it should be doing is it basically grabbing that oil resource underneath. Because, see, it works when we break it. Right, so that's what's kind of weird to me. Oh my god, it's because this stuff only happens when I break it. Okay. Yeah, I'm stupid. Yeah. I need to do it in here. I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm stupid, guys. But this should work now. Space state is not declared, so let's do that. Also, I don't have to call it result 2 and stuff now. Let's get the space state right there. Alright. Yeah, that was a dumb mistake. Let's try that again. Still, maybe it might not be working, though. Well, definitely, like, got rid of the resource, right? So that's good. We could do something like this. No, it still doesn't work. I mean, we're definitely awaiting enough time, for sure. Right. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and only say if this is server. Because I don't want this stuff happening normally. Or on the client. That would be bad. Collider.start regenerate. So let's just make sure that it's doing what we think it is. Let's also go ahead and print in here when that actually gets printed. Okay, it's doing it a bunch. Oh, it did eventually regenerate as a regular resource. So I think it actually worked fine. Maybe we're fine then. Oh, it is not happy. Left is of a previously freed instance. Right. It's because we do change resources on the bees. Ooh. I just realized a big issue with this. It's gonna mess up our collectors. So, the way collectors work now Yeah, this is going to cause issues. Is basically they check around in a circle at the beginning of the game for the resources they're next to. And this was fine for pre-modifiable terrain. So basically it'd say like, I'm going to check a big circle, and then it's like, oh, there's some stone and stuff in here, and then there's some oil over here, right? And it's like, okay, cool. I know where all those resources are. They will never change. They will be there forever, and everything's good. But the issue I'm realizing is that if now we're deleting these nodes and turning them into a new node, right? That doesn't work. That deletes the old reference to the nodes. And so it means that the collectors will break. So that's a big issue for sure. I'm trying to think of how to fix it. I don't know how. I mean, one option is just to not delete resources. I don't like that option because it makes things really complicated and stupid. But we could basically just say, don't load a new resource and queue free yourself. Just literally change your type spontaneously and don't like delete. But it means that like collectors that have added a resource onto its list, yeah, it just causes lots of weird issues. Well, this is quite annoying, isn't it? I'm trying to think if there's some way I could like tell the collectors that I've changed. That I've updated, you know? Now I'm a different resource. But I don't know how to do that. I guess I could keep track of like resource node position or something. I do not know. Wonder how I'm gonna do this. Huh. I don't know, there's a tricky problem. Because, yeah, what the collectors have then is like after it does this initial check for resources, it has this list of all the, an array of all the nodes it found, right? So I wish there was a way I could say like, this node has been updated, so go ahead and replace it with this new one. Because then it would fix all our issues. But I don't know. I don't know how to do that. I'm gonna have to figure out a way. I could do like a check. I don't like that because then we kind of lose our performance improvement. But I guess it only happens whenever we place a new tile, so it's not like a really bad issue. But I could just send out like a group call for all the collectors and say, hey, this node at this position has been changed. If you have a node at this position, then change it, right? Now, the other issue, though, is for bees that are actively out and about. Because they're going zzz, and they're out and about doing, and they're like moving towards a resource. So let's say we have a bee and there's a resource over here that's going toward. What's going to happen is that spontaneously on the bee, it's just going to say, resource is null. Right? And so that's kind of another issue in and of itself. So, how am I gonna fix this? I mean, I guess I could also tell all the bees to check if your resource is null or invalid and then return. But that seems kind of stupid also. I don't know. Because I don't want to get rid of all the performance optimizations we gained from this change, right? Because then what's the point? Why do we do any of it? So how could I make it so that... I mean, I guess really the only option to keep everything working the way it is to not actually delete the resource. Which kind of sucks. But I could say, like, you know, here's the resource node. I'd have to make, like, some weird, stupid scenes, though. And that's the thing that I kind of don't like. Because we'd have to have, like, this weird combo scene that, like has the oil in it and as like an invisible resource and also has the tree and also has the rock, you know. It's just kind of a mess. I don't like that. I guess we're just gonna have to try and retrofit stuff. I mean, they already check if the... I don't think this is instance valid check is very slow, so we'll just say if multiplayer server. So if that it does check if the target resource is valid. So I mean, I'll just check there. So if the parent is still valid, I'm just gonna check down here. If at any point the target resource is invalid. So like, where do I move? Let's see, where does that get calculated? This is where I'm just saying if the target is parent. So I'm going to say if target resource is farm plot and that, or target resource, I'll say this. If it's valid or if it's invalid or that, then we're just gonna go ahead and set our target back to the parent. So that should fix that issue, I think, with the bees. It doesn't fix all of our issues, though. We still have to fix the stuff with the collector. But, I mean, that's not the worst. We can just say, send out that check, right? That I was talking about. Do like a group call. Group method call. But let's just go make sure this stops the crashing. So, load up a game. Sprinting he a million times. Okay. So let's go place down a oil rig. Oh yeah, it's gotta be in the water. I'm like, oh. Okay. Give copper ingot 99. Oh, my inventory's full. So I'm gonna connect this up to power. And then what I'm gonna do is break a resource that a bee is moving toward with land tiles. So let's hurry and do that. Okay, so it still dies. It's because target resource is invalid. So let's just say this. If instance is valid, target resource. Else. And that should fix our issues, I think. Yeah, so if like I place a... Oh. Okay, so that's checking in there. That's in the collector, but it's not the B. So I think we're okay. because it's like saying, oh, our instance is invalid. So for object, I'm just going to say if is instance valid object. Right. So that should fix that issue. So he's going for that one. I can place it down, and then he gives up and goes home. So like he's going for that one. I can't reach. Oh, it's because it's too close to the oil rig. Let's wait for this one to spawn in, and then as soon as it does, I'm going to place a land tile on top of it so that we can get this stuff checked. Let's wait for it, wait for it. Right, so the instance has become invalid on that one. So we'll fix that issue, but let's move over to a different spot so we can retest this. Frick it. Let's just put a little burner here as a temporary thing instead of having to connect it all up. Okay, so let's just throw... I don't have any fuel on me. Bop. Okay. So let's wait for them to go to one of these while they're actively moving. It'll probably go to this one next. Okay, so I place it. Yeah, he just goes home. And then goes to a different one. So that works. So the other issue is that it won't re-index these resources when we place them down, which is kind of an issue. So we have to fix that. So hey, welcome back. But I mean, once we're done with that, then we're pretty much set. See, like I broke that one, so now that one has converted into oil. So let's just wait and see what that looks like. Let's just wait. So it should spawn in as oil. I just want to make sure it does, though. It will, it will. Totally. Oh yeah, also the other check I want to make, yeah, there it goes. So let's convert one of these. So thank you for snoozing the ad. I think whoever did, no, it's snoozing the ad. So let's remember that we have tree, iron, and stone here. We're gonna go ahead and break these. And then I'm gonna convert this into water. Right. My inventory wasn't super full. And so it should spawn back in as 3 oils, and then we're going to place the stuff back over. It should be tree, iron, and stone. So let's wait and make sure it spawns in as oil. Waiting, 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 waiting. So we get an ad starting. I can no longer snooze because we're out of credits, so I apologize. Okay, so that one spawns in as oil, so that one's fine. Let's make sure these other 2 also do. I'm sure they will. There's that one, and then the rock one should be coming pretty soon. Any second now. Okay, so I'm gonna go, boom. You've been replaced with land tiles. It should be tree, iron, stone. Just to make sure our code all works for all that stuff, right? Yeah, kickflip, yeah. Iron. And it should be tree and then stone. Stone. Tree, epic. So the resources do totally convert back and forth just fine. So that works. It's just the only other thing remaining then is, yeah, gonna be the... It's gonna be the stuff. Gonna be fixing the collectors. So I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. We just have to check, like, we have to send out a group call for all the collectors and make sure that it's fine. So in the collector, this is the collector script. We're just going to have an easy thing here. So let's see. Resource range. So we say resource range times resource range. I think we check that so we can do a the faster distance check. Yeah, distance squared too. Okay, so let's just add a new function. That's going to be function check resource change. So it's just going to have a position, resource, and position. I'm also going to go ahead and say if it's invalid here, then we're going to remove it from the stack. So we're going to say resources.erase object, just so that it doesn't clog things up in there. So check resource change, it's going to pass in the resource and then the position. I'll pass in a reference. And then position will be a vector2. Reference is going to be a type of breakable. So we're essentially just going to say, well, for passing reference, we don't need to pass in position. So if reference dot global position dot here, let's do this. If global position dot distance to squared reference dot global position is less than our resource range, then we know that it's in range. So with the collector, we really want to be checking for two things. Right, so we have... Yeah, this is just checking the target buildings. It doesn't say what kind it is. I think the farming plot has a whole different script, so we don't have to worry about that. This is just for oil stuff. But essentially we say this here. Also, this should be object. Oops. Object resource. So this is essentially what we check here. We just say distance. Oh, this is distance squared too. If it's in the range, if it is... Right, this stuff. So if we're land and it is not an oil deposit, or we're not land and it is an oil deposit, then we say resources.pushback. Our reference. So it'll just re-add it to the list if it ever gets updated. Hopefully that'll work. And then we're just going to call this as a global thing on the resources for when that happens. It's, there's a minor performance overhead for something like that, but it only happens when you place down, things, like when you place down a... Oh yeah, we have to do this on the new resource, don't we? Not the old one, so we have to figure out how to do that. Yeah, it only happens when you place down a land tile, so it's pretty infrequent. So if land resource... Let's see here. Actually, I can say new node dot. Right? Oh yeah, I can just pass in the new node. So we'll just say get tree dot call group. And I'm just gonna call the collector group. Method is gonna be check resource change, and then we're gonna pass in new node. So that should work, I think. The collector is in that group, I believe. Collector group, yeah. All right. And we're going to call that both times for when we do either. So also down here for new node. Or the new oil node. Okay. Well, we're going to try this out. So let's try this with... I may need to restart the game. I'm just going to do that to make sure that everything's all good. Oh. Now we wait. Okay. So I'm going to place down a collector around oil, and I'm going to place down a land tile, and it should, as soon as that resource respawns, a bee should start moving toward it, hopefully. That's the idea, anyways. So let's go find a single solitary oil. Like here, we can do this setup. So, hold on. Give ingot 99. So we'll place our collector. We need to get the oil, but not anything else. It's kind of tricky, I guess. Well, whatever. We have two bees, so we can just do it. Then let's place down a burner. Give fuel cell 99. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. So right now this one will only have that iron in its radius or whatever. But I'm gonna plop land tiles on those two, and then as soon as they spawn in, hopefully it'll send out bees to go harvest those. So we'll see. It did. It freaking worked. So I think our code works. I think it'll be fine. And then as soon as that one spawns, yep, it goes for that. So now let's just make sure it also works the exact opposite way. So let's say if we have an oil rig right here. Let's see, let's get an oil rig right where there's only one regular resource. Here, I'll just do this. So there's a regular resource there. So I'm gonna plop down an oil rig. And we're gonna place it, so I'm gonna break that and then shovel the dirt. So it should send, as soon as that oil respawns, it should send should send a bee out to harvest the oil. Let's make sure. If that all works, then we are freaking set. We're good to go. And it'll still work just fine with modded stuff, because the oil switching behavior is inside of the object resource class. So as long as you use that for modding, then it'll be fine. So let's wait, let's wait, let's wait. Yes. Wondrous. All right. Our resource stuff is done. I think we're finally, like, actually set up for that stuff. So I'm gonna run the profiler and just make sure there's not any weird performance issues that is a result of these new changes. I really doubt it, but let's just make sure. Inventory process, that's for the bee, but it's not that bad. You can do average time for the bee, see it's really tiny. So yeah, it looks like we are good to go. So one last thing I want to check is the performance of replacing the tiles. I'm sure it's just like the physics stuff that it's checking, if there's any lag spikes, but I just want to see. So let's see what this looks like. See, it's not even that bad, really. So audio thread actually jumps a lot. The physics 2D slightly, of course, but Looks like it's mainly just the physics process and the build preview, build object. This is also just overall frame time, so I mean it's pretty, it's not a big deal. How do I get that spiky handle on the sword? Yeah, I'll show you what that is in just a moment. Yeah, set modified tile. Of course, it's going to have some overhead. Inventory display, update inventory, update slots. I don't know why that randomly jumps. Let's check the performance when we have a building out. So we're running at like a nice 38 to 40. And I pull this out. Now what? Nah, there's no difference. Okay. So anyways, this spiky handle I have on the sword, this is actually a special weapon component. So if I right click with this in my hand, it does like a lightning zap and a radius around my player. So I'll go ahead and show it in action. Let's go to a dungeon. Uh-oh. So we may have issues. Why is it running this check? Because we should be in the automation zone when it does this. That's weird. I guess it's because the object is not null. Yeah, so what did it fail at? It just failed at getting the tile map. I do need it to run this stuff, but I just can't run the tile map stuff. Because it's not going to get a valid tile map. So I'm just going to say here, if tile map. Yeah. But hey, this is why we test these things, right? It's going to scream for a minute probably, but then we're fine. Okay, let's go back. Let's go to the dungeon again. So what was it? Because I had a building out? I think that's what it was. So like if I go into the dungeon holding a building, I don't think that's even possible. I'm not sure, but either way we fixed it, so. Alright. You know, it's probably because I don't have this set to if visible, because I just say if the object is null. So let's also only calculate that stuff if we actually have a building out doing things. Because otherwise it's just slow for no reason. Well, let me make sure this is fine here and that we didn't break everything. Okay, yeah, we're fine. It's always scary to make changes like that, even though like I'm absolutely sure it's fine. It's just like, I don't want to break the entire game by accident. Okay. Anyways, to the dungeon. Sorry for the wait. So what this is called is the Tesla Core, and it just gives you a secondary ability. Dang it. I was hoping I was going to get... Okay, let's just go to the boss. So I can right-click on this, and it'll do like this zap. So any entities that are nearby, I'll wait for him to spawn some guys. And I'll show you like... What it's good for is when you're around a lot of enemies, because it'll attack all of them. So it sends out these little lightning bolts to the nearby enemies like that, right? So it goes zap. Also, this is off-center now. We have to fix that. But yeah, it's good for dealing with large amounts of enemies. It can work well for moon shrooms and boss fights here, but it could also work really well for the mini diadematuses in the second level of the dungeon. And you can find it just randomly in a chest, I believe, on the second levels where you get it. But I can actually go look in the loot table just to confirm that for you. So give me just a moment. I'm just gonna make sure that everything's all good and dandy down here. Imagine this lags. I'll cry. Okay, we're fine. See all these little guys, it insta-kills them, so it's pretty nice for that. But let's go check where it actually spawns. Okay, that failed, but I closed the game, so I don't think it matters. Because I just went like that, didn't I? Yeah, it's on exit tree. Oh, we have to say if global.endgame, I think. Okay. So anyways, let's go to the loot table. And go find the Tesla core. Yeah, so you just find it. It's a very rare item, but you find it in loot chests on the 2nd level. So for any given slot, there's a weighted chance of 1, so it's pretty small. But yeah, you just gotta loot enough chests and you'll find one eventually. If you kill Spore, you also get a Spore Scepter, which is another special weapon component. It's similar to the Tesla core, but it does like a... It creates one of those poison clouds around you. So yeah. It's pretty useful also. Just kind of depends on like what you want. I don't know why it's screaming about this stuff. I'm gonna get rid of all this stuff now. Okay, everything's looking good here. I don't need that stuff anymore. Oh, you got a Spore Scepter? Nice, yeah. Yeah, that is also a special weapon component, so... Frick, I think we can finally mark these off, dude. Thank God. We're so close to having this update ready. I mean, it's like right there. Just a couple more things I want to do. Oh, man. We got to figure out, like, enabling and disabling commands. Because I don't want people to just have commands and then be able to do it on multiplayer. So we have to have some kind of check before you can run those commands. So that's the next step. And once we figure that out, everything else is very minor and we should be good to go. Also, before I focus on other stuff though, we have to fix that, the improper positioning stuff. In the canvas bottom bar. It's this little goober right here. I'm not sure why it's so off. Is it because without those it gets like weirdly misaligned? I'm not sure. Because that's set to expand now, so that's probably what the issue is. But that one's set to expand. That one's set to vertically expand. I don't know, let me see what's going on with this. You could choose in world creation, it could save your choice. For commands. I don't want to stop people from enabling commands though mid-game if they want to like branch off their save and like try out commands, you know? So for that I kind of want to have some ability to enable them in-game, just if you're the server. Because there's a lot of times where I could imagine people would want to do that, right? So... But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it could be in like the pause menu. I'm not really sure. So I got to figure out this hotbar stuff. I don't know why it's so quirky. Could be that it's aligned on controller, but then when these things are invisible, it gets misaligned. That's absolutely what it is. So how can I keep it like above this at all times, you know? I could just move it into here. I guess I didn't think about that. I should just do that. Instead of being up in here. So let's just move it into here. Because now when this stuff changes, it doesn't matter because it's just always above here. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't do that before. Should have done that. Now the issue though is I have to keep track of where that is, so I believe that I check it in here. Yeah, the cooldown star right here. So, also cooldown overlay? Oh, that's in the weapon. So, cooldown star, that needs to change now. Okay, so that should fix that issue. It's just because now the hotbar scales, which is good. It's a good thing that it does, but it can cause weird, wacky issues. So I noticed it's also not aligned. Is it because these slots get bigger when I select them? It's just not aligned. I'm not sure why that is. Position. X is 8. Well, I have a margin. How can I keep this the same? Maybe I can add a margin container. Let me try this. Just say anchors, like full rect. But then move the position up to -52. And then I can set the margins to like 8. Yeah, you're saying just change the anchors on this. I think I can't because it's position based and it's not anchor based. But adding this margin, it should work because this should always stay the full size of the slot, so then it should stay in the center, I believe. Try it out. Just make sure it's at a good height. Which means I also have to go redo our reference. It's not a big deal. The reason I do the references like this now these days instead of exporting it is because Godot will delete my references sometimes with the player, and I got tired of it. So, all right, let's see what this looks like now. Yeah, so it's, let's see here. It's probably because of the UI scale it changes. Like on this one. No, it doesn't seem to. So I don't know why it's still inside of the stuff. This probably just needs to go up to -64. It seemingly fixes it. I mean, that's fine, I guess. The other option is just to convert this image into a V-box so that it always stacks on top, which would work too. But then I have to re-reference all my stuff in the slot, so maybe I won't do that. I don't really feel like doing that right now. It's funny because it also increases the size. So I think that's why the position stuff can be quirky. Because it changes... The position doesn't scale with size, I think is the problem. So yeah, to fix that, I guess I would just turn into a V-box. Fine. I'll do it. Oh, God. So I'll just change that into 1 and rename that as frame. So can I even change the scale of this? No. I can still change the scale of this, though. No. I can't. Because I'm pretty sure that's how I modify the scale. Unless I just modify the custom minimum size. That's probably what I do. But see, now in here I can just put my cooldown overlay as a child of this. Also, get rid of the separation stuff. Oh, wait, no. Wrong one. I need my cooldown star. Like that. So if this ever changes size, the cooldown thing will just stay the same and will move up. So that should be fine, I think. And that's just a container with a margin, so we should be good now. Yeah. Okay, but now I have to re-reference everything. So cooldown overlay is broken. I'm not sure what happened here. There we go. The margin container, that's just the V-box that has all our images. Okay. Yeah, the game's probably gonna crash. Well, it didn't. Okay, so we gotta re-reference all that stuff. The cooldown overlay. All that business. This does kind of complicate things, I guess, because it has now changed the path with a cooldown overlay. It's not ideal. Yeah, I hate path stuff. Well, I'll just say if I is equal to 1. Then we'll change the cooldown overlay. I know it's kind of dumb and hacky, but you know, whatever. Okay, so that one's been fixed. What else do we have to fix? I think we're gonna have to fix the stuff, like where it adds it into here for the images. So I think that's gonna be in our update weapon or whatever. In here. We'll probably reference that stuff. Yeah, down here. So this we're getting HBox container 1. Now we need to say frame. Then we get the margin container and the VBox container. And that's setting that stuff, so we also need to say frame right here. And that should fix it. I think that's everything. Cooldown overlay, those, and also our cooldown star. Did I already redo that? I did. Okay. I hate path stuff. I know exporting is better, but it always deletes it on the player. And it's super frustrating because it deletes stuff. And it's like, what the heck, dude? So I'm not gonna do it. But let's make sure everything's working. So this doesn't seem to be reverting back to normal. It's probably because I need to go change some stuff in here. You have an exclusive scoop? Yeah, what's up? Because we're getting the frame somewhere. Is it because of change tool? For child and children. Let's see, what is children? It's that. Yeah, so then I'm just gonna say if child is... Oh, see, it's... My code is fragile. So we have a V box here. I wonder why those ones don't get changed. Oh, because I'm checking if the name... So I'm just going to say if child is a VBox container. And child will be child.getNode frame. And that should fix it. Whoa, I've uploaded the Starground OST on Bandcamp. Let's go. Epic. Yeah, I need to put that new track in the game. I know you sent that in the chat. It's epic. It's sounding good, so I'll put it in. Okay, this is the worst code of my life, but what are you gonna do? It didn't work. Oh, it's because I check if child.name. So let's just rename frame to 1. And let's check in here for any reference of frame. Match the case. Match case. Yeah, I'm just gonna rename it to 1. Okay, that's all the references of frame. God, this freaking code sucks, guys. Okay. Why does it do that? Why is it floating up? Huh? What is going on? Guys, I'm sorry that my code sucks. Why? It's fine when it's selected, but when it's not selected, I say set the minimum size back down. But why does it not adjust? It's like the VBox container just ends it. Guys, oh my god. So what's going on here? This is whenever I change my weapon. I'm gonna get all the children in our hotbar, all the slots. We're gonna say if it's a VBox container, now it's gonna be that one. Get node 1. So I'm gonna set the minimum size. It doesn't seem to work. Seems to screw things up. See, it's like if I increase it here, it's fine. But for some reason in game, it's broken. Oh, God. Maybe I should have just kept with the not a VBox. Or maybe I just change all of them into VBoxes. so that it's not a headache anymore. That's another option. And why are those up? Oh, it's because since this is a V-box... Okay, so I have to make these now shrink end. I don't like how that visually looks, where it's like down, but it's fine. Okay. Let's just do this. Let's get rid of this other H box. We gotta clear things up here. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna change all this stuff into V boxes. And then set all the alignments to end. And then just call this frame. Alright, this is gonna be a mess, but that's okay. Now these ones are actually scenes though, because these are like the items. Oh yeah. I feel like I should undo this right now. Why don't I just do this with better spacing? Yeah. We're going back. We're gonna reconvert this into just a regular texture node. Dear God. Okay, so that one's just a texture now. The cooldown thing is a part of this one. We're not gonna do that. That's gonna go back up into the HBox container. Okay, so how that works is basically we're gonna have that. And we're just gonna have these match the scale of the things underneath, I think. Ah, but it's really tricky because there's so many of them. This is super complicated. Frick it. We're just gonna do what we did the first time. This is gonna be a child of this. I'm done messing around, okay? I broke everything. It's all bad. Child of that, we're gonna do anchors full rect. We're gonna say position minus 64. Okay. Yikes, guys. Okay, should be back to normal. Now I gotta go fix all the code, though. Because I broke everything. So get rid of this crap. Okay, that's fixed. We have to go fix the overlay. Cooldown star. Move that back to normal. And then down in a couple spots in the code, I think first is set weapon. I have to set our paths back to normal. So that should fix that. Let me just make sure everything's normal here. One VBox container. VBox container. Yeah. And weapon, handguard. Okay. And then the other spot was in where I referenced the cooldown star. In here. None of this crap. Okay. Oh my god, guys. Alright, let's load this up, make sure everything's normal, and then that's... I'm freaking done with this crap. Let's go. Got an announcement. Let's go. Okay, let's test this again. It better be okay. This is supposed to be a super simple little fix, and now it's ballooned into this disaster. This is what happens when you overcomplicate things. Okay. Looks like we're back to normal. If I right-click, everything's fine and dandy. Yes. Okay, I need to stop being a stupid little dumb baby. And don't touch it anymore. Okay. So anyways, my whole point of doing that, what I wanted to do was add a little indicator above here for when you can swap your tool. So it's going to be in here. And now since we have the code set up, I'm just going to paste it in. So this is just going to be... The texture is going to be the input of whatever your thing is. So if you're on controller, it'll be like H or whatever. Like, let's do keyboard H. Keyboard O, F8. Keyboard H. So it'll be something like that. I'm not going to do keep size. I'm going to say bit width. Just that it shows what key to press above it. And I don't like that H. I'm going to do keyboard H. Just the regular one like that. And we'll definitely do... I think we're going to copy the same shader we have for those ones over. This is visible with controller. So it's down in the material. What is this one? The invert shader. So hey, Cosmo, when you're ready, yes, it has been a whole year. Pretty crazy. But yeah, we're into the new year with, I mean, yeah, I started streaming basically right after New Year's, so. Why does this have a cooldown shader? Oh, frick. Hold on, let's make a new shader before I screw up everything. Invert, there we go. So I'm also going to set the visibility of this to like, just a little bit lower. This doesn't have to be like super opaque, because it's just a little indicator of like, hey, press this button, you know. Alright, so that should look good enough. Can we see it in game? No, we have to restart the game for it to take effect. I might also make that icon like way smaller because that is enormous. But I guess on controller, that's what's tricky about this. So what we can do for that is we can just set the margins to be bigger. So like 12, then it'll shrink. What should this do? I think it should fit height. This margin has gotten larger. What the? What is happening? Maybe just keep centered. I want it to scale. Why does it not make it any smaller? Oh, it has a minimum size set. That's why. Okay. And I think there's too much of a margin on the bottom, so let's bring that down to 0 or something. All right, so, and then if you're on controller, say your key is, I don't know, some random button. R2. No, that's mining. That's interact. That's swapping your tool. I don't know. I don't know how we're going to do it. Maybe D-pad? D-pad up? You can just say D-pad up. Just like this. I don't know how that's D-pad up. No, it's because it's red on the top. Interesting. This one probably doesn't need to be our invert shader. Just go like that. Maybe a little more opaque. Something like that would work. Okay, well, let's figure out the code for all that then. So we're going to say in here... right here. Also, I'm going to say in global, I'm going to make a new signal for when you actually swap to controller. Right. So where do I say input type? Right here. But that's set mouse mode, yeah. So we're going to say if input type is not equal to input.controller, then that means go ahead and convert it to controller. Otherwise here, if it's keyboard, if it's not keyboard, go ahead and turn it to keyboard. And then this is where we're going to say, we're going to emit our signal. So I'm just going to have another signal here. Signal input type changed. And this will have a, a value for what type. So this will be, sure, let's just pass in input type. Why is it saying, oh, because I searched for input type? Oh, so I don't want to do that. I want to do new input type or something. I don't know. Okay, back down to when we set our input type. I'm going to go ahead and say input type change.emit, and we're going to pass in our new input type. All right, so what that basically lets us do is we can say inside of here if we have changed our input type. So I'm just going to say function ready global dot input type change dot connect to update func update. So if global dot controller active. Also just set it in here. That's really all we need to do. We'll just say controller active is true. Then here we just say controller active is false. Instead of how we have it now, where it's like some stupid stuff. Right here, we're just setting it to whether it's controller or not. Get rid of that. So if our controller is active, then we're going to say how are we going to do this? I'm not really sure, actually. Because the thing is that with the input maps, there's usually 2 inputs, but I think people can delete them. So I have to check, like, if it exists. I guess if they delete all the other ones, then it's fine. I don't know, maybe one day I'll update the input map stuff. Today's not that day, though. Man, it's funny on my restream thing. It's just cheese. It's just filled with cheese. You got frozen on the cheese and just stuck there, I guess. Say it. Toast brat? Toast brat? That's the most accurate way I can say it. Is that wrong? Is that right? I don't know. Toast brat? I'm probably saying it completely wrong. Let me know. Oh yeah, we have to say visible is... I have to get the research stuff. You'll figure out where I do that. Right here. So I have to get main. Our main is get node, root, multiplayer. Say at on ready. And then shovel research is that. Actually, I'll say visible is false. Shovel research is that. If shovel research dot complete, then visible is true. Crazy stuff. Yeah, did I say toast brat right? Or is that completely wrong? I'm sure it's wrong. Okay, so that'll just get the terrain manipulation stuff. So on update, that's going to be changing the key whenever we swap from controller or keyboard. What I'm going to say for that is just controller's active. So let's go take a look at like our options menu and stuff. Like how is this really handled, I guess? So what we have is usually it's keyboard input and then right below is controller input. So yeah. I wonder if I should change this system. Toast broat? Maybe. Toast broat? Could be like that. I wonder if it would be better for the options and controls if we had one column that was keyboard and then the other column was controller. Just so that the keys aren't all weird and stupid. Because how we have it now, it's like basically like each one is whatever you want, and it's kind of weird and broken. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that would be a better system. Wouldn't be a bad idea. What do you guys think about that? Having one column as keyboard buttons and then the other column as controller buttons. Yeah, because it's just kind of weird how it is now. Because it's all just kind of jumbled into the same thing, right? Because it's like... It's just all dumb. It's gonna stand out. Yeah, I think it is. I don't know. That's why I think it would be better than what we have. Because what we have is dumb. It would be easier for people to set binds than that I don't set by default. You know, because I just can't squeeze it into the controller. But if like someone really wants it, then they could just say, I'm just gonna set it to my controller bind. So. Yeah, because I hate this system. It's absolutely awful. And really, for starting chat, I don't think T makes sense. We'll just do slash. That's how everyone starts chat, right? And if you want to do it as T, then you can just rebind it to T. But I think having both is kind of stupid. And I guess same with inventory. Or actually, inventory is only E now because we have other buttons for that stuff, so... yeah. I mean, it's almost what we have for a lot of these, you know, where it's just like, that's your button, and that's your secondary, so... or your controller, I mean. So, yeah. I don't know if I want to make that change right now, but we'll figure it out. Now, inside, well, maybe I should. I don't want to delay the update, but I think it would be a good idea. Let's go into the options menu. Hide that one. What is this one? Oh, there it is. Oh no, it's way up there. Okay. It's more like tossed brood. Okay, interesting. So for all these actions, what I can do... this doesn't have a button? Oh, is it because it dynamically creates the buttons? Yeah. So this will be better because I can just... I can really optimize a lot of this crap. So let's just... this V-box container used to be the buttons. Now we're going to change this into an H-box. And up in here... well, I'm just going to set... I'm going to add buttons. Well, here, we have the buttons, the rebind buttons. I'm just going to load them in. Let's actually see a rebind button. Oh, rebind button child. I guess is what I want. So this is how it'll be then. We basically have these two buttons like this. I need to modify these though. I mean, what's in the code of these? It's not really anything special. Let's not set a minimum X value. Did that save? There we go. So basically we just have two columns, which will be keyboard and then controller. That is very accurate. Okay, nice. Let's go. And then on oldies, what I'll do is, like, on the input maps, we will always have two things that activate it. Right. It's like, what is this? There's some weird ones in here. All these ones are fine, but like building cancel, because I have it as right mouse button, also escape. So some of these I probably won't make them rebindable. I don't know. This is why it gets really tricky for this stuff, right? Joypad button 0. Why is that bottom action? What is that? Oh, it's because UI click is also right trigger? Or it's X. That's what it is. Well, that one I don't have rebindable, so I'm not going to worry about those ones. I'll just worry about the ones that I have. Did Godot just crash? Yeah, it did. Cool. I don't know why that happens sometimes. Let's wait for this to load back up. Okay. Is it gonna... Oh. This person is asking about Ray stuff. The way I'd probably do that is with a line 2D, I think would work fine for that. We'll go take a look at that node and make sure that would work. Scanning files. Scanning files. Scanning files. Okay. Yeah, making this change is gonna really cause some... did this not save? No, of course not. I'm gonna change how I'm gonna have to change how I save this stuff now, which is fine. Okay, so that's gonna have 2 buttons. It's not gonna be... whatever, it's escape by default. Whatever, doesn't matter, it'll get changed. Okay. So that should be an HBox container. I'm going to set this to fill. And then these will just be the same on expand. So if this ever resizes, it should just kind of expand normally. Okay, they don't actually expand. That one's set to expand. These ones are set to expand. So I'm not sure why it wouldn't work. Let's try it again. It's minimum size. So what's the size of HBox is full. That one, there's like a massive gap. Oh, it's because this one. I should not be on that one. Oh, is it because I have that set to like a static value? That's probably what it is. And I bet that this is placed on the right side. Oh, we'll figure it out. The action label over here is probably going to change size. We'll figure it out. Okay, anyways. There's a whole bunch of stuff here. Whole bunch of code. I'm gonna move all this garbage into global so that we can actually get the input, I think. Because this is just a mess. And like in here, like get input name and stuff. So let's get input name. That doesn't make any sense. It's returning an image. Okay, let's move this up into here. Just way down here. Back into our rebind button, we're gonna need to grab get input name. So get input, this really should be input icon. Then input should be input event. So if it's a key, we're going to return... It's returning a string. But then these ones are returning sprites. So that's what I'm really confused about. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, because I guess this is just returning text that is whatever it is, which is fine, I guess. Okay. Oh, and that's why mouse button is like that. Okay, I guess it's fine. It's a little stupid, but... Okay, so it's going to return that or that. See, because now what we can do is change all this stuff with, Really, I should just get a path to this stuff, shouldn't I? So that I can choose to load it, or I just have it in, like, BB code. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be better, I think. It's just kind of stupid how it is right now. Let's get rid of all the load statements here. Okay. So that's just gonna return... Yeah, let's just say get input icon path. I don't think any of these should be loaded. The lad function. Whatever, I'll put the commas back in. Brood is like bread in Danish. It's called... When we say toast, we typically say toast brood. So this would be the same thing as saying toast bread. It's quite odd, toast bread. Oh god. Okay, so this has all been converted into paths. So this is gonna say get input icon path. So instead of doing this, I don't really want to do that. Now, physical key code, it's gonna give us that. So I do have keyboard icons in here. But I don't like how these are named. Because it's like keyboard 0 and that stuff's all good, but then we get stuff that's like keyboard escape, but then we have escape icon or whatever, or tab icon. So I don't know what that's all about. We just have tab. Oh, because it's like an icon instead of just what it is. I guess that's fine. So physical key code. So what will this return if we do something like tab? So one of the key constants. So I say OS key code string. Okay. So it'll probably just be like capitals. Okay. So yeah, this is gonna be tricky. So I don't want to get the key code string here. I want to return basically just this, but then append on the... So this is all keyboard underscore. So we'll just do that. Keyboard underscore, and then it's going to be the physical key code, but 2 lower. Does that work? And it'll also still be this. And then we append on .png. Okay, it's kind of stupid, but it should return the key now. There's probably going to be some issues with this, I'm sure. One thing we have to work out is like, okay, there's a couple other things in here. There's a mouse button, right? So like, how do we do that? What we do is we just do mouse button, but those are strings and not like icon paths, so we have to fix that. So, I mean, let's do that. It'd be better not to have to translate this stuff anyways. So, let's go to mouse button. So we have scroll up. Mouse scroll up. Mouse scroll down. We need a right mouse button. Mouse right. Mouse left. I think you have to do this in a specific error because it like returns it. So we have left and right, and then we need middle mouse button. Where is that? Mouse vertical small. I guess it's just mouse scroll. Yeah. But we also have like mouse wheel left and stuff, so I'm not sure how we're gonna do that. Yeah, this stuff is tricky, guys. I guess for those ones, I'll just go ahead and do like whatever, just a regular mouse scroll icon. Okay, so we have middle mouse button, then scroll up. We need scroll up and scroll down, and then we have left and right, which I'm just gonna do as scroll for now. And then the side buttons. That's tricky because this pack doesn't have side buttons for the mouse. That's what's kind of annoying about these icons. They're good, and they're definitely like nice icons, but it's missing some stuff. So that's kind of really annoying. Because it's like, well, I can't represent that stuff then. So, I don't know. I guess we'll just do, I don't know. Mouse horizontal, sure. The reason I'm also kind of standardizing this is so that in-game, in places where I show a key prompt, I can just call this function and I can get an icon for what the active key is. And it's so much better that way, you know? So I think this will be good once we kind of get it all set up. I know it's a little stupid right now, but once it's configured, I think it'll be fine. And then for keyboard inputs, I kind of want to send like a default one if it didn't find your key. Maybe like keyboard question. right? If it doesn't find the key. So I'm actually gonna do this. So var path is that if resource loader dot resource, what is it, like exists, and then the path, then we'll return path. Otherwise I want to return the question mark, just so that we have defaults for this stuff in case you know, it doesn't work out, in case we input a button that doesn't exist. So okay, and this will be really good for like the researcher button. I know has been like out of date for a long time, and it's annoying. So yeah, I'd like to fix this. Okay, so that should work, hopefully. Yeah. All right, back to our rebind buttons. Let's get these fixed. So we're not going to use this stuff anymore. And we're not going to do any of this. So this is update. Yeah, so we're not going to do the, it's always going to be a texture. So key is going to be global.getInputIcon. I think that's what it's called, get input icon path. Okay. And then I'm just going to say, well, no, we know that it'll be fine, so I'll just say load it. And then get rid of that garbage. Okay, so that should at least fix the visuals of it now. It should be fine. I'm gonna delete all this stuff because it was kind of dumb to have that in the same, or in this random scene anyways. It should have been a global thing. So that's resetting the events for an action. So this is what happens on update. So I say I get the action. And then I say I erase the actions. Oh, because buttons will be an array, so we will have to fix that. I mean, really, it doesn't have to be an array anymore. I'm just going to have two buttons. We have keyboard and controller. So I'm not going to do like this business where I like create a new one and stuff. I'm just going to say for I and input map actions, like get events. So I'm going to say, first off, we do if I is equal to 0. Well, if I is equal to 1, then that's how we do it. So here I'm going to say keyboard.saved event. And of course, I don't really need parent anymore. Otherwise, the controller saved event will be that at the index. I don't need to add a child now. Well, that's for I in... Let's go I in range. Actions.size. And then I'm just going to say var action is at I. Okay. I know it's a bunch of complicated stuff. Hopefully we'll get to a spot soon where it's not going to be stupid anymore. So what is this? If button... Theme override colors, fonts, not color. So for I and font overrides, I'm going to say button at I is color. So instead here, I'm just going to say keyboard is equal to color. I see. We want to do it like this. Okay. We're getting there. Now this one is going to be kind of a similar thing where we loop through, right? So for I and range, we're looping through those. The key is that if I is 0, then we're just going to say keyboard.icon. Well, if I is equal to 1, then it's going to be controller. And then, so this is resetting the events. So it's saying erase all the events, and then we're going to re-add the events to the actions. So I'm not going to say 4 in then. I'm just going to do this. So add the keyboard action. So where do I get action? Oh, action is going to be like the, right, 'cause it's the same action, but we set different events for it. So that's what it is. So refresh, I don't think we actually have to do this anymore, because we're not going to delete these anymore. I know people say Python and Godot have similar syntax, but I'm reading this, it feels like straight Python code. If someone gave me this code and said it was Python, I would believe them. Yeah, it's really similar. I mean, that's why people say that, because it's almost practically the same exact language. So apparently JD gave me a shout out 35 minutes ago. I don't know what that was for, but so what is refresh even called? See, I don't think we need the refresh function anymore, because if we're not going to be deleting the keys, then I think it's just unnecessary. So then conflicts, we're going to say for I and buttons. So we don't have to do that anymore. Because we just have 2 buttons, so... I'll just make a little temporary array here, I guess. It'll just be easier that way. But I should have gotten rid of the buttons one up there, yeah. Alright, so let's just run through and make sure this is all normal. I think we're fine. We have the action label. That stuff's fine. The checker, that's just like checking for the input. And the font overrides. So we're gonna do all that stuff, placing underscores and capitalizing. So we're gonna set the saved events to the actions that are in the table, or in the actions input map. And then we're gonna run update. And that's gonna set the icons. Right? That's pretty much it there. Then we have a couple other ones in here that sometimes get ran. Like for conflicts, we're going to change the font override, but I think that's it. So yeah, I think we're all good to go. It's a little stupid on the code, but it'll probably be okay. Because now in here we just have... So this is the button code. I don't think anything in here actually needs to change, because this should be the exact same. So I think we're fine. Alright, I'm going to run the game. I don't know. We might crash. There's a definite possibility that we do crash on load. But we'll fix it. Hopefully we don't crash. Hopefully it just works. It probably won't, though. I'm sure there's going to be some issues. Yeah. So what is this? Invalid assignment property or key saved event with value of input event key on a base object of null instance. So we have saved event there. It's like saying that it doesn't exist. Let's go back to our options menu. Controls into these. So what's going on here? At rebind button right here, it said invalid assignment of property or key saved event with value of type input event key on a base object of type null instance. So basically it just didn't find the keyboard. Oh, it's because I'm stupid. It's because it's in an H box. So let's do this. I have to call on ready on these. So I'm just going to search for all instances of keyboard. Let's do Control R, and then I'm going to replace with keyboard bind. Replace that one. Replace that one. Replace that one. Replace that one. It's probably fine. We're probably okay. And same with controller. With the controller bind, just replace all. Okay, so that'll fix that issue. That was just a dumb mistake on my part. Let's relaunch. I really hope this works. I would love if this system worked, because it would just be so much better. Because we have the controller column and the keyboard column. That's it. Like, it's one bind per thing. Anything that I don't include in the list, obviously, are not rebindable. It's just like stuff like UI interaction. It doesn't really make sense to rebind that, because that would be really stupid if I did. All right, so yeah, this is one issue: invalid access property or key buttons. So what is this inside of? This is inside the rebind button, right? So we run .get names, and that's where this is an issue here. So that's pushing back the text. I can't really do the text anymore. So I don't want to do that. I want to say j.saved event, right? And then I guess we'll go ahead and just have a list of the buttons then. We'll say var buttons is an array of keyboard bind and controller bind. And of course, I think we have to say on ready for that so it doesn't die. Yeah, so we don't have to do any of that refresh stuff. That just causes issues, I think. Okay, conflicts. Is refresh, though, what we call for resetting the binds? It might be, but we'll figure that out. Okay, let's restart again. There's going to be a lot of these crashes, most likely, but we've got to work through them to fix things. Unable to iterate on an object of type nil. So why is that? For J and I dot buttons. I mean, we have it right here. Maybe we do this. This will be a type of button. We'll just export, that way that doesn't have to be on ready. Okay. And let's bind these. So we got keyboard and then controller, and then we can make an array of them. Okay. Restarting again. It's gonna be a lot of restarting as we try to fix these issues. But one of these days it'll load up without crashing. Nope. So it's saying that it's a null thing? Doesn't make any sense. We don't do any stupid stuff in a ready. We're just passing in keyboard bind and controller bind. Should definitely be set there. Is it because like in the options menu it's screwed up? No, those are fine. So why is it stupid? So it's calling this, and it's saying that J is invalid. J is null somehow. So I is the rebind button. And it does have buttons, but they're both null, so I'm assuming that it takes time for these to be set. So I think we can't say... I think we have to say on ready for those. Which is fine. God, unless I just do that. I could do this. A button array. Or array of type button. And then also export that. That'll work. It's kind of dumb that I have to do that, but... what do you mean the type cannot be inferred? It's of type button. It's an array filled with buttons. Okay. Maybe I'm setting the type wrong. Does it need to be like a different kind of array? Like, that's what I'm doing. Array of buttons. Can I just do an array of control nodes? Because the type can't be inferred. Whatever. We'll just... Oh, I'm saying it's equal to that. That's my issue. God, I'm stupid. Okay. Alright, so anyways, now what this is, we'll just have our keyboard and controller and an array on export so that it shouldn't have any issues accessing those buttons. Let's try it again. It should work, please, for the love of God. Technically, I'm in the progress of that one. Yeah. Oh, it didn't crash, guys. That's crazy. Now, we did get some errors. It's because it's getting a reference to an invalid input event. which is fine. There's probably a lot of these in here that are not a real input because I just haven't put it in. Whoa. Okay, but this is definitely promising for sure. So let's keep working away at this. One thing I'm going to do is make it so that these buttons are not resizable because I think it's causing weird issues. So I'm just going to say they... Well, I can settle that stuff. I mean, it's fine. I'm just going to go into our button. Also, I'm going to say the default text for this is nothing because it causes bad problems. Let's restart. We're so close. I think this will work. Then we're just going to have a column for each type. I'm going to have to go through the binds and fix them, but that'll be fine. And I'm probably going to have to go into the reset button because I think it'll mess it up. It'll do weird stuff. Epic, look at that. It shows WASD, spacebar, mouse buttons, F, E, R, B, R. So it's all icons now. Yeah, and see, like on controller, start chat is an unknown button, I guess. Which is fine, we can fix that. So this is actually kind of nice because it really yeah, it's a little wobbly. I gotta fix that, but that's just a spacing thing. So let's do that. So I'm just gonna set this to fill. Let's see. So if I make this expand, should mostly fix the issue. I'm gonna set the label stuff to a consistent sizing. So this will be like a minimum of, oh, I don't know, 128. That's the maximum size it can be. So now in here the buttons are all nice and organized. There's a couple of them that are really long though, and it does cause a little bit of an indent, which I don't like this one. I don't know why this is so far off over to the side. Really, we can just do this. This doesn't need to expand. And let's set this size even larger to like 256. Now we have plenty of space over here. Yeah. All right, sick. So technically you can rebind this to an alternative keyboard bind if you want. That's what we need to check now, is that these rebind. Okay, see, so it's screaming at me. So parent.change font override has failed. It's because parent doesn't exist. Right, we need to change, we don't want parent anymore in here because it's just stupid. Let's go through and replace parent with owner. Replace all, okay. So let's restart. This is close. I think this will work. But I don't know. It's definitely better than what we had before. I didn't like the old keybind system. I think it was kind of dumb. So let's see what this looks like. Options, controls, it all looks good. So if we rebind, yeah, it should say press any key. Let's rebind it to period. Okay, so it does kind of work. Like it did rebind it. So like if I press period, it does work. But we need to fix some stuff. So we need to change press any key. So clearly the buttons aren't big enough still. I need to decrease this just a little bit more. Like 192 should be fine. And then I need to reset the text back for when the button has actually been like selected. So we'll do that. I guess we'll just do that in rebind button for on update. I'm just gonna say keyboard.text is null. Such a great dev for making such a cool game, adding modding, multiplayer, multiple planets, such good art, other languages, fixing bugs and controller compatibility, downloads all quickly, must play yourself too. I appreciate it, yeah. It's fun. You know, that's the thing is like when you actually enjoy doing something, it's not that hard to do those things because it's like you want to do them, right? Like I have a lot of fun drawing all the sprites and stuff for the game. I actually really do enjoy that. I wish I could do it more, but you know, it's all the code that comes with it. And yeah, none of this stuff is hard, you know, like I've really with Starground, I have not wanted to tread the easy path. Like I don't want to do things just because I think it's easy to do them. I really wanted to dive into the hard, difficult things and figure them out, right? So that's always been kind of my goal with Starground, and I think it's going well. Like multiplayer obviously is scary and really difficult, and you know, nobody really wants to do multiplayer, but now that I have done it, I've learned a really valuable skill, which is great. So I think it's all about just not being afraid of, you know, the difficult things. I need a way to like, okay, so if I hit reset, I mean, what does that do? So reset doesn't do anything anymore. I have to fix that. It's because we got rid of that other function, but that's fine. I'll fix it. So this is also good because it kind of highlights some issues of like binds that don't exist, right? I do want to have like support for just unbinded keys, which this totally works, which is good. So yeah. I'm going to check a couple more things though. There are those errors, and these are just trying to set an action that doesn't exist, which is fine. So what I'm just going to say in here is only added if the saved event is actually valid. So I'm just going to say if keyboard saved event, then do it. Same with this, if controller saved event, then do it. Okay. Let's see here. So that should fix these errors. So the next thing is resetting the binds, because that doesn't work. So let's go into our options menu. And it's going to be the down here, the reset button. So yeah, what this used to do is just call this group on rebind button refresh. So I guess I need to re-implement that function, but in a better way. So we have refresh. I can modify a lot of this stuff. We will call update again after. But this is basically just resetting the saved events. So I'm just going to say for ion input map.action get events. So that's like resetting, I guess. For ion range, let's do that dot size. So I'm not going to delete the buttons anymore. This should be pretty easy to change, I think. So I'm just going to say if I is 0, then I'm going to say keyboard bind dot saved event is equal to key. And then same exact thing with the controller. If it's 1, controller bind dot saved event is key, and then I don't have to do any of that garbage. So that's a pretty simple function. And then we just call update. Okay, cool. So let's try that out. Hopefully that should work. If I set a bind and then reset it, it should set it back to whatever it should be. So we'll test that. Wait for the game to load up. Gotta wait. Okay. So let's set a bind. Let's say grab item is also N. And then if I reset, does not work. Does not set the thing back to... Oh, it's probably because I don't set the image to null on update. Right, so I have to say this. What am I getting here? Action... do that in update. Doesn't seem to work. Is it because I'm doing this before I set the new actions? Probably. Let's do that. So that does not seem to be working. I'm gonna print out what this is when we do this. Oh, it's so N is here. So I erase all the events and then I go back through the saved events and add them again. Then I just loop through and I get the key and then the image and stuff. I guess I don't want to loop through that. I want to loop through this. For I and range buttons. Or for just I and buttons. Yeah, because I'm getting something that might not be... If it's invalid, I basically just want to set it to null, right? So let's do that. Oh, you got yummy spicy chicken noodles again. Nice. If you like spicy chicken noodles, I highly recommend Nongshim / Sheen Ramen. Raymoon. Probably saying that completely wrong. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. I do really love noodles. Lo mein and ramen, and they're all epic. Let's see, I'm just gonna rename this to button. So what I'm doing is I'm saying, I guess this will be an index. So for I in range buttons.size buttons at I. So I'm gonna say if global.getInput icon, or we'll have to say this first. If that dot size is, let's see, greater than I, which means that it's big enough. So I'll do this. If our key is null. If that's the case, then it means that our index is fine. So go ahead and do that. That should work. I have to say if. So I'm also saying wrong. It's Korean. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure I'm completely mispronouncing it, but it's fine. All right, this should work. It probably won't, but, you know. So when I call reset, it'll do this stuff normally. And if it doesn't have an action assigned, it'll set the icon to null. I call a reset. So yeah. Now, this is kind of an issue down in here. We have to figure out how to actually reset these. Is it that I do that in here? That's probably what it is. I say like reset. Yeah, I say input map that load from project settings, and then I just call refresh. That must be what it is. So that's why it would work in here. So I just say for ion range, get actions. Key is the action at there. And then if it's 0, otherwise set it to that, and we're good. That's got to be what it is. Oh, but it doesn't set it to null. That's what's happening. So for ion range, buttons.size, we can fix this. We're going to say buttons at i.saved event. So it's going to be very similar to what I did up here. It's going to be practically the exact same thing. So this is what I'm doing wrong. That's why it's not working. So key is going to be null. And then I'm just going to say, you know, if it's big enough, then key will be just the action. And then I'm going to say saved event is equal to key. And then we call update, and then it'll update the images. Yes. Freaking works. Freaking epic, guys. Let's go. All right. So let's fix this stuff, though, because we have some of these actions, like start chat is wrong. So I'm going to get rid of T. It's just going to be slash and the back button for controller. So let's see what that looks like. I have to make sure anything that is in here that is binded can only have 2. Keyboard and controller. So it'll probably be good for me anyway, so that I actually break up the binds into different things, so it's not just because that's how we can have binds that are like do the same thing with the same bind. We just have the same bind, so it should be pretty easy. So let's go check start chat. Yeah, so it's T and it's, why is it still T? Oh, I gotta reset. So slash apparently is an unknown bind. So yeah, we have to fix that. And then we have rolling. That's all normal. Grab item on keyboard is F. Inventory, research menu. Building menu, rotate building. Yeah, some of this stuff just doesn't have binds, which is totally fine. So slash apparently doesn't have a key. What is it called then? Oh, it's a slash back or whatever. Because it's just called slash. So this is where we can kind of fix some of these issues. So in our global script with that, we're just going to say here. So var key code is equal to that. Or let's go ahead and say key string. Then we're going to say if key string is equal to slash, then I'm going to convert key string into that's a forward slash. Slash forward. Then we're just going to add key string. Okay, sick. Now, for a lot of these keyboard inputs, I would prefer if they were text, right? Like if you press H on the keyboard, it would be better if it was just not an icon, but just text. I can do that. This is specifically for getting icons, right? So that's fine. What I can do though is like check. I can have another function that's get key as string or whatever, so it's just a string of the key code, and that would work too. So let's go check our controls. It should be all fine in here. Yeah, now it's a back or forward slash, whatever you call it. Screenshot. Like, I like the mouse button stuff being an icon, I think, because it just makes more sense than RMB. Like, what is RMB, right? But like space, that doesn't really have to be. I don't know. I'd like to convert these things to strings if I can. Same with tab and all that stuff. It doesn't really need to be an icon. You can just spell it out with text. Now, the controller buttons, I definitely want to be an icon because it just looks better that way. One thing I don't like about this setup we have right now is the icons are kind of tiny, so let's go fix that. What I can do is just make this button larger. I don't know why I have a minimum size on that. I'll just get rid of that. So I can set the vertical height to be like a minimum size of like, say, 48. And then instead of the buttons for icon behavior, we'll say, yeah, expand icon. So that'll help the buttons be larger. That's enormous, so they don't have to be that big. But let's just go a little bit bigger. So not 48, maybe 32. That feels a little bit better, just a little easier to see. Yeah. Because on these, sometimes the text is really tiny. I think I actually changed that back icon to the other one, so I'm probably going to go change that in the global script. So it's down in here. I say Xbox back. Where is it? Xbox button. Share. Share, share, share. Where's the back button? I can go check what it is in the player really quick. So let's see. It's gonna be down in here. And see, now what I can do for this, it's super easy because I just convert whatever the key is into an icon, and I don't have to, like, it'll just check. It'll just know what the keybind is. And so we can start doing that everywhere. We can do that with, like, the researcher and stuff, and it'll be nice. Now, why doesn't this work? So, or what am I looking for here? I need to see what the index is of this icon. So that's in the chat box. Where is the chat box? Oh yeah, it's in the bottom bar, chat box. There it is. So what is this texture? It is Xbox button back icon. Okay. So let's go back to global. I don't see any back icon in here, so I don't know what to do about that. Oh, there is a back icon. I'm just stupid. There we go. Okay. And then let's create another function for trying to get text first for specific things. So this is like get icon path, but let's do, yeah, not that. Get input string. Because this is get input icon path, this is get input string. So a lot of this, I'm just gonna, let's see, honestly get rid of almost all this. Because the only thing we can get as a string is the key code stuff. Alright, so we're just gonna say get key code string. Then otherwise we're gonna return get input icon path. With input. So that should help. It'll turn all the keyboard inputs into just strings, which is better. Just text. I guess instead of that, I'll just check if it's null. So return os.that. And then this here will return like a sprite for a question mark or whatever. So I'll return this one. That's if it fails for everything. If it's like not a weird regular input. So yeah. Okay, so let's go do that. So inside of our controls, options menu. So let's snooze the ad. Oh, I know this stuff is so boring, I'm sorry. But it'll be good though. Let's see, MBG sent this. I think this is probably what you want. Yeah, there's like the exact same post. Selection arrow. Yeah, it's basically exactly what I was gonna say. So it's a path 2D. And then you have a line 2D. And then you just say the curve point is like equal to. I'll respond to this really quick. Yeah, it's basically exactly what I was gonna say, so. My enemy thinks he can squeeze in between gaps of 16 pixels. He's 32 pixels wide. If you're having issues with that, you probably need to change in your navigation mesh. Like the agent size. So if we look at like room 1 here, in the navigation region 2D, there's this thing here, which is our agent radius. The reason why you have to set that to the proper value is because otherwise you get that exact issue where the agent thinks that they can fit through. So if you want to have like multiple guys, you're gonna probably want to bake a navigation region for each size. So maybe you have a little tiny guy, maybe you have like a really big guy. If you have like massive disparity between those kinds of things, then I would have multiple meshes with different radiuses. Use a tile set navigation. For some reason that variable doesn't exist. Oh, in the tile set? Yeah, I think, you know, honestly, I'm going to be real. I tried to use the tile set navigation stuff initially, because obviously it's all just a big tile set. It did not work very well for me because of that issue where like the edges were too exact. So I would kind of recommend looking into just doing a navigation region 2D and baking it. It's probably going to be better. Unless Godot has like an option. I remember seeing something about that for tile set like stuff. Where was that under? I'm trying to remember where that was. Agent. Like there's this edge connection margin stuff. That's probably not what you want. Default cell size. Link connection radius, yeah. That's why I swapped over to these, 'cause it's just so much more reliable. I can control the region way better. I know that's probably not what you want to hear, but I would take a look at that. Definitely look around online and see if there's any solutions to that, because maybe there is and I just don't know. Use procedurally generated, so I don't think I can bake the region. You can bake these live. I think there's a function inside of these to bake it. Yeah, it's just you can say bake navigation polygon. You can actually, apparently this has on thread, so you can just have it bake on a separate thread, which is actually really convenient. So I would recommend that. Just basically have a big, massive navigation region above all your stuff, right? And whenever you have a signal connected for whenever you change the terrain, just rebake it. And I think that's probably going to help. That's probably will fix all your issues. Yeah, navigation regions actually bake really fast. I mean, this bakes instantly. Of course, it might have a little bit of a delay actually in game, but it's great because you can just do it on a separate thread apparently. So that's probably what you're going to want to do. So definitely take a look at that. But anyways, yeah, where was I? On control stuff. Because, yeah, I was never able to get the control I wanted out of tile set stuff. The only way I would imagine you would be able to do it is, like, modifying the physics layer for every single tile, which is really stupid. Because you'd have to do, like, this, where it's, like, you have, like, a tile, and then you have, like, a weird, like... It'd have to be, like, the floor and the wall at the same time, and then, like, you can start your physics mesh there. But that's stupid. I would just do a big navigation 2D, honestly. I think that's how most games would probably do that with a procedural terrain, so that's what I would recommend. And I'm happy to help out with stuff. I mean, I haven't messed with like physics layers or navigation regions a bunch, but I've kind of got a little bit of an idea on what's going on. So I am going to set right here. This is where I set the icon. So I know I say load on that. What I'm going to do first is say var string check is global dot get input string for the action. Then I'm going to say if not string check, then we do that. Text will be string check. Well, really it's going to be key. Okay, so this is what I'll do. I'll say icon is that as long as string check was invalid. But if string check was true, then I'll say the text is string check and the icon is null. Then here I'll say the text is empty. So that should work. Okay. That should all work out. Yeah, I think that's all fine. Last thing I need to check, I think if on refresh, I may have to update the text. Well, I do update, so yeah, it's fine. Okay, let's test this out then. Yeah, so see, now it actually does it as like text, which I think I prefer that. I have to capitalize it because it's a lowercase, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I think it's pretty easy. I'll actually just do that in string check, I think. Or get input string. So I'm going to return that not too lower anymore. Do I do that up here? Yeah, because that's checking if it's... I don't want to do that anymore. There we go. Look at those lovely texts. Epic. We're almost there. So the final thing I want to do now... also, one thing I have to check for... I did not check this. I think conflicts in the binds might not work. For images, at least. Like, if I put R here, like, see the binds, the conflicts are not working. That is weird. I broke it. Why can't I do R right there? That's very strange that I can't do R. Can I not do... I can't do the same letter as the other letter, I guess. Which I find kind of funny. Yeah, but the coloring stuff is not working, so I've got to fix that. Also, it's not resetting the text to nothing when I reset. It still shows R. So I think I have to fix that. Because I have to check if it's null. As for I and buttons, I have to do this. Just to force it to be reset to nothing. There we go. So next thing, yeah, I've got to do the coloring stuff, like the conflicts. So we have this, conflicts, buttons are those. Well, I don't need that anymore. So I say get parents that, then I'm gonna change font override to red. Button. I'm gonna say for button and buttons. And I think that's why this doesn't work. I can't check the text. I need to do... yeah. I got 2 Korean ads about Australia in a row. I'm convinced. I think I might continue to live in Australia, yeah. Maybe it's fate, yeah. So for button and buttons, I'm going to say binds.count. I'm going to say button.saved action. Saved event. Change font override for the button. The button, yeah. So yeah, for some reason the parent is not setting the binds list properly. Oh, it's because it was saved events, and so it just didn't. Okay. Yeah, see, now it shows up properly, I think. F11 tab. It's because these are empty. That's the issue. So for buttons and button and buttons, if the binds.count button.saved event is greater than 1, then I'm going to set that button to red. Should work for multiple buttons. I don't know why it sets all of them to red like that, because I'm pretty sure I don't reference F2 anywhere else. Same with tab and stuff. Okay, it's like it got reset. Weird. Oh, you know, also on reset, I need to set the, because my binds. So get names, where do I do that? Do I do that in here? Oh, I do that here whenever I change a bind. I say get parent.getNames. Then I say get tree.call group rebind button conflicts. Should work. I don't know why it's so broken. Let's get out of that menu. Because see, it's weird. This is like showing, but if I put something else there, then it's fine, I guess. If I put F, it just turns it a null, which I find kind of odd. I guess I just took a screenshot. And if I reset it, it's like it's saying, this one's empty, so set the other button to red. It doesn't make any sense. So binds is just an array. I.buttons. I don't know why it doesn't work. Oh my god, we've been going for 4 hours already? Okay. Well, I better go then. Let's see. I'm gonna keep working on trying to fix this for sure. So say get tree to call group rebind button conflicts. Conflicts. Button and buttons get parent.binds account. Button.saved event is greater than 1. Then I'm going to set button to red. Which means if there's more than one of those buttons. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is here. I'm going to print in here what binds is after I loop through this. Just to make sure it's working. So it's just all of those. It's a bunch of those. Key code and all that business. So tab is saying that there's more than one of itself in there. Which that doesn't really make any sense. Well, I don't know. I'll figure this out, but I've got to go eat dinner because we've been going for like 4 hours, so I'm going to go do that. But thank you, everybody, for coming to the stream today. I appreciate it. This is the end of the 1-year anniversary stream, yeah. Hopefully it was fun enough. I know we didn't do anything that was super cool and epic, but I want to get this update ready to go for Starground. Just kind of grinding out these quirky little issues, and then once that's done, I think we'll be gaming. So yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Let's go pick somebody to raid. I kind of want to raid its oik. We could raid JD because he gave us a shout out. Nah, it's awake. I feel like he's never on when I want to raid. Yeah. Alright, but thank you everyone for coming. I appreciate it. Feel free to buy Starground. It's not on sale anymore, but it will be eventually. So yeah. Yeah, feel free to join the Discord. This update should be out very soon. I know I said today, but now that we're doing this whole keybind thing, I think it's kind of opened up a new can of worms. But it'll be a good idea. I need to do this, you know, it'll fix a lot of issues with the game, so. But yeah. I'll get this up as soon as I can. Hopefully tonight, and if not tonight, tomorrow. For sure. Yeah. I hope. Alright, I'm gonna start the raid. Thank you everybody for coming. I appreciate it. And yeah, I'll be live tomorrow, same time. At what do you call it? 3 p.m. MST. So yeah. Okay, bye gamers, and be on the lookout for this update very, very soon. Bye-bye.